Mm-hmm.
if bending or warping of space-time doesn't exist. When really what's going on is the bending or warping of space-time is just an assumption that you've made up, and then you've labeled it into density, like density requires this. And yes, in order for there to be a separation of oil and water, it has to be at rest because it's the densest object in the medium, being a container full of oil and water. And
So,
hold on, you're somehow saying that I'm wrong because there's no density tower while things are falling. So what you've done is you've taken a truthism. When objects are falling, there can be no density tower. And you've said this is true, therefore whatever Larry is saying is false because this is true. Right? This is a very
so,
dishonest tactic. Thanks.
so you have given me zero answer to why this measurable, observable, repeatable, insert other buzzwords you love to use situation occurs. But again, I didn't really expect
Falsifiable.
any actual.
That's the thing that you're missing. Your
Yeah.
gravity isn't falsifiable. Your shit's weak,
Okay.
bro.
So again, I'm not bringing up gravity. I'm trying to see how this works in your little hinky-dink model, of which you have no actual explanation for. We have this observable, repeatable, measurable, and falsifiable thing going on right here. You yourself can go on a vomit comet. They book trips. You yourself can bring your little density tower. Nothing's stopping you besides maybe the financial loss that you would suffer trying to prove yourself right or show yourself wrong, right? So, at the end of the day, we have this thing that meets all four of those little buzzwords you love to say, which you have no explanation for other than, oh, it's not at rest, as if there's any explanation behind it needing to be at rest in order to work. Because I brought up to you how a force vector occurs. Mathematically, we can explain it, but you yourself are just saying, "Oh, hey, it's not at rest. It needs to be at rest," as if that is any explanation.
Well, there kind of is an issue with that because mathematics never has and never will explain
Okay.
anything. That's not
So,
the purpose of mathematics.
so can he get more
There
in
we go.
detail as to why it needs to be at rest in order to occur?
Because no
Well,
one has
force
ever
vectors,
observed it happening
you're
while
talking
things are falling. But sorry,
when
go
you're
ahead.
talking, when you're talking about force vectors, they're always a three-dimensional S curve, which is the primordial force vector of magnetism, which is the ether modality of the loss of the dielectric capacitance, which manifests as magnetism,
Okay.
and
Any
whose
idea what you just said?
manifestation, yeah, I do, and whose manifestation is a three-dimensional force vector. So nature's lines don't begin at a point, and they're not straight, and they're not two-dimensional because a
Okay.
force vector by definition can't be. So the three-dimensional S curve of the loss of the energy or the inertia, which is the dielectric, is necessitated to be a helical curve, which generates dimensionality and ultimately the.
So you just spent a whole lot of time saying absolutely nothing to explain why oil and water don't separate during free fall.
No,
It's not our
didn't.
claim, Bree.
So
We're not claiming that.
So I'm claiming that because it's something that we can observe, repeat. It is something that we can measure, and it is something that is also viable. All right.
No, you misunderstood. I use too many pronouns. What I'm saying is, we never claimed that oil and water, while falling, should be in a density tower, like it is when it's at rest.
Sure, you
You
are
keep
saying
claiming, hold on. You keep claiming that's what we're claiming, and because that doesn't happen, we're wrong about density causing things to fall,
because
inferring that what you're claiming about the bending and warping of space-time is somehow true, because you're right about the thing that we're not claiming, but doesn't happen in reality because no one's ever witnessed it, and somehow that makes you correct and us wrong. Thanks.
no, what I am claiming is that you are saying the reason it doesn't separate is because it's not at rest, as if that makes any sense, as if there's any actual thing besides those little
Have you
three
ever
words that you
witnessed
give as
anything otherwise?
yeah. I've seen them where
So
they're
you've
actually doing
witnessed density towers of falling objects. That's what you've witnessed in real life?
yeah.
Is this
I've seen
some sort of mathematic equation?
I've seen them separate when they're not at rest.
Oh, because you use centrifugal force, right?
Centrifugal force, right?
Right. Okay. That's different. That's a
No,
category
it's
now.
not.
We're
They are
talking
not
about
at rest. They are not at rest.
they're not at rest, but they are at rest with the centrifugal force is steady, and it's causing an emulation of the material being at rest.
So when it's in free fall, isn't it at a steady rate? 9.8 meters per second squared, is that experiencing jerk?
No,
No,
that's what I'm
of
claiming.
course it's not. It's at a constant rate, 9.8 meters per second squared, just like with the centrifugal force. Now,
So
what's
is
the
that
big
is that
difference?
universal?
Is that universal? What?
Yeah, like does that work anywhere in the universe? Is that only specific to here?
Anywhere in the universe?
Right.
9.8?
Is there a gravitational constant within the universal spectrum?
I haven't been all over the universe, but from my cursory knowledge of gravity, there's a constant. On Mars, it's not 9.8 meters per second squared.
So, okay.
There's a gravitational constant, but that's different from the gravity that we experience, right? There's big G and little g. The
So
little
you
g that
can't
we experience,
necessarily.
the little g that
So
we
you can't.
experience is 9.8 meters per second squared here on Earth. Now, again, if
Right,
you're
but you're
going
talking
to
about free fall.
yeah, so during free fall, you are still experiencing 9.8 meters per second squared downward, except you are just in motion now.
And where does free fall take place?
Typically through the air right now.
Well, what altitude?
Free fall could be any altitude.
Okay. Don't you have to have like a specific amount of time in order to achieve free fall?
No, free fall is you are literally just falling.
Right. And if you're saying that Mars has a different gravitational constant than Earth
Mm-hmm.
does, so at
Hold
some
on,
point in between those two,
hold on.
there's going to be a variance.
Big G, according to our model, is the same everywhere. Little g is different. So we're talking about the acceleration from gravity, right, which is not big G, which is not the gravitational constant, right? We're talking about gravitational acceleration, which here on Earth it's 9.81 meters per second squared. On Mars, let me look it up because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Not necessary, but
Don't
it's
claim
different.
it,
That's all we
because
needed
I
to
want
know.
to ask you to demonstrate it if you claim you know the drop rate of things on Mars.
Okay, sure. So whenever we take a look at something in free fall, it shouldn't matter if it's at rest or not at rest. We see density towers separating when they're not at rest. So it's not a good explanation as to why when it's falling, it doesn't separate versus when it's on the ground when it does, or when it's in a centrifuge and it does.
I got a question. Have you ever rode the Gravitron, and if you're strong enough, you can wait till the thing is going full speed, and then you can roll over on your stomach, because once you've started spinning, right, down is no longer down, right? And
It's
I'm
along
going
the
to use
wall.
classical relativity, right? Down is now where the wall is, where your back is.
Sure.
So you can actually turn over and actually stand up if you're strong enough.
Yeah, I've
That
done
way,
you
when
do
you
that-
throw
on
up,
those.
when you throw up, it doesn't get in your ears.
Yeah.
Right, I never threw up, but when
I've
you
done,
do that, it's almost like you're simulating the downforce, but against the wall, right?
when you're
So
experiencing the downforce.
if we're talking about classical relativity, all motion is
Mhm.
relative. When I'm standing up on the wall inside the Gravitron, like I did when I was a kid, if I were to hold my cell phone and take a selfie like a badass motherfucker that I am, when I drop my phone,
glad you
wouldn't it go
brought that up.
down? Right?
I'm-
Wouldn't it go down and
I'm
down,
glad you
being
brought that up.
towards the wall?
I
Right?
agree,
Because you're
yes.
simulating the downforce using the centrifugal force of the Gravitron, which basically means that while I'm standing there, if everything's all relative, I'm at rest.
Sure, I completely agree, and that's what plays into my next point, was just during free fall, what do you think you're feeling? You're feeling weightlessness. You're not feeling
Not a
anything.
thing.
Now, if density was its own force, which has its own directional influence, which means it knows which way is down and which way is up, when I have that density tower in that little isolated chamber, it should know, according to your logic, that down is down and up is up. So it shouldn't matter if it's in free fall or down on the ground, it should still separate at the same rate than when it was on the ground. Because again, if density is its
Oh.
own force, with your little balloon that goes up or down, your hot air balloon, right? If density is its own force, oil and water should still separate in free fall, whether or not you remove an outside force.
Okay, you keep saying if density is its own force. Can you please show me by an experiment that I could do, like, for under 5,000, or to put any limit on it, $5 trillion, right? That I can manipulate the gravity and cause it to cause things to go up or down.
that has
Because hold
nothing to do with
on.
this.
Yeah, it does, because you keep saying that I'm claiming density is its own force.
Is it?
You're claiming mathematically that gravity is involved somehow.
So hold on.
Right?
Is gravity its own force? Or I'm sorry, is density its own force?
Yes, the density.
Yes. So if density is its own force, according to your logic that I've been hashing out with you for the past 2 hours, in that density tower, it should separate because it's its own force. It's in its own container, and according to you, knows which way's up and which way's down, so it should separate up and down during free fall. Whether
But
or
the down
not,
force is also acting on everything, everywhere you go. Whether you're in a centrifugal gravitron or you're standing on the ground, there's still a down force. And that's separate from density, because density
so it's
is its
separate from
own
density.
force.
So it's
Yes,
separate from density. So what is the down
yes.
force?
Electrostatic.
Okay, we already told you why that's stupid.
Oh,
That's
you
not
did?
stupid,
Right.
bro.
Yeah, it is.
You know there's electrons in every single thing you've ever tasted,
Sure.
touched, smelled, and even
And there's-
imagined. It has
Sure.
So you would have
electrons and protons.
to believe electrons exist
Mhm.
to begin with.
So when I have iron, I think it's iron 2. Let me look up the exact isotope. Right now isotope. Ion versus anion. If you're gonna bring up the argument of it's all electrostatics that's causing things to go up and down, then me having an ion, or me having a like a fucking brick of iron that has +2 electrons on everything, right? It should be a totally different weight than something that has -2 electrons, according to your logic.
No,
But is that what we
misrepresenting
experience?
my argument, right? Keep saying the cause, right? With science, it's a cause, right? I'm claiming a cause.
So you just
of
said the
things-
directional influence
Hold
is
on,
electrostatics.
Hold on. Right. It's a cause, right?
So what are some other ones?
Hold on. If let's say we're in the middle of a field of dark energy in outer space where things are expanding, right? And let's say that this energy has no electrons somehow, right? And I let go of my cell phone. It's not going to fall down because there's nothing giving it down force. Now, if you take me and my cell phone, put me back here on Earth in reality, and I drop my cell phone, well, there's several things going on simultaneously. A cause of the cell phone dropping is the density of the cell phone compared to the medium that it's in. Another cause is the air, the atmosphere that I'm in. It's stuck to the ground, right, because the electrostatics is involved, right? Another cause might be because I dropped it. Another cause might be because a Chinaman picked all these particles up and assembled a cell phone and then shipped it to me, and now this material is assembled, and I picked it up and dropped it, and all these things together causes the cell phone to drop. You're claiming that it's because of the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Okay.
How do you demonstrate that?
So
because downward acceleration. If you stay away from Einstein and bendy space-time, makes it a whole lot easier to talk about.
yeah, so again, I'm going to bring up, you said that it is a directional influence. What are some other directional influences that can explain why an anion of an anion of iron and an ion of iron both relatively weigh the same, and why the anion of iron isn't floating up into the air to go meet the negative charge that's up there?
Explain something to claim. If I was
Does it-
claiming, okay, let's say I'm claiming that does happen, right? And you want me to explain what now?
Okay. Things can have a positive or negative charge, correct?
What's negative charge? What is that?
Negative charge is when something has more electrons than it has protons.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to explain what now? But I'm agreeing with you. Let's say this happens and you're right. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And what do you want me to explain? Even though it's not my claim?
If I were to give something a positive charge, however slight, why don't I see it floating?
I don't know. It's not my claim. I don't know why you would say that.
No. You are saying electrostatics is the directional influence, or at least a directional influence. So list out some other directional influences.
Density, like you can
No. You can't say that. You can't say that density is a directional influence because you just said that the reason why the density tower doesn't work is because You even said that density wasn't its own directional influence. You said the directional influence was electrostatics. Because I
Okay,
asked
so
you
can we?
because I told you that that density tower should know which way is up and which way is down. That gives itself, according to your logic, that's a directional influence. So the water and the oil should already know which way is up and which way is down, and whether or not it's in free fall, it should separate because it's its own directional influence according to you, and it is its own force according to you.
Okay, you keep saying because I'm claiming it's its own force that the impossible thing that we never see happening should happen. It doesn't happen, therefore you're
Tim,
wrong.
it's
That's
almost like
really
you're
weird.
wrong.
Hold on. It's really weird that you keep doing that, right? It's
Tim,
like
because it's almost
saying,
like you're wrong.
hold on. It's like saying you're claiming that unifarts taste like purple rainbows, but because the sky is blue sometimes, which it is, therefore you're wrong about what you said about
No.
unicorn farts tasting like rainbows. That's what you're doing to me.
No.
That's a really
You are.
dishonest tactic. Yes,
No.
yes, you are.
What you are
Yes,
saying
you
is
are.
that
You
density
keep.
is its own force and its own directional influence. So it should know which way's up and which way's down according to your logic. Because according to you, directional influences know which way's up and which way's down. And
If
according
I
to you,
said that, I need
density
to.
and according to you, density is its own force, which means things should separate out by their density. Correct? So when we apply those two things of it being its own directional influence and its own force, whether or not it's in free fall, where no other directional influence is being applied to it because it's in free fall, which you and I both agreed to, that density tower should separate because it's its own force, check, and it's its own directional influence, check. So it has a direction to separate to, and it has the ability to separate because it has a direction
Okay.
and it has the force to do so.
If I ever claimed that density is causing the directional influence of down, then I was wrong. I should not have ever said that, if that's what I said. And I may have, right? Because we're in an argument, I may have said that. So the reason there's a down, I'm saying it's electrostatics, right? And then that's
Okay.
where you go into iron 1, iron 2, right? I'm saying the reason there's a down is because that's what we experience. There's a fucking down, right?
Okay.
But the reason that things go down, well, there could be a lot of reasons, right? The lack of sound that's causing things to float, the lack of magnetism that's causing things to be attracted to the magnet. But the most
It might
common
scream
reason
muffled,
why
dude.
things, sorry, bro, the most common reason why things go down is because they're denser than the medium that they're in and they're seeking equilibrium. Now, that is separate from why is there a down, right? That's totally separate. So if I ever conflated those two things, I was incorrect.
So again, is density its own directional influence?
Real quick, have you ever heard of the Zhibinnikov effect?
No.
You ever seen the? You could probably just YouTube or Google this one. It's a T handle in space. So basically, they take a T handle in free fall and they spin it, and as it processes and rotates, it like flips its direction.
Sure, I've seen that.
Yeah, what's going on there?
It's quite complex. I'd have to ask my astrophysics friend.
But I
It
mean,
looks
wouldn't you
like
say
it's
that that's kind of like drawing like some direction towards one way and then flipping itself? Like
yeah,
it's kind of
conservation of momentum.
within
it
the
looks
realm.
like.
Here's the complicated maths. That bolt or whatever it is has a moment of inertia, and all physics will happen around that moment of inertia. And because one side rotating actually balances out the other side rotating, it flips directionally.
Sounds like a good enough explanation to me.
Good answer.
Yeah, but does that does that comport with the explanation off Google, or is that just something you came up with?
No, moment of inertia is just like we basically, when they first saw it in space, they were like, what the fuck is going on here? And we now do this thing called moment of inertia because it makes maths easier.
Well, it just seems like in sync with what they're talking about, I guess, to a degree.
So, because what I'm trying to understand is if density is its own directional influence, which way is it? If it's its own force, why don't we see it separating in a test tube during free fall when there's no other directional
I
influence
think
being acted
I
upon
think
it?
I already
I don't
already
think you
addressed
did
this.
because you keep
Oh,
bringing
yeah,
up.
I just recanted and said if I ever said that, I was wrong. So
So
there's multiple things going on, right? There's a downforce, right? You can
which
say that it's the bending and warping of space-time, which I'd like to see you manipulate that and see things
Mhm.
rise. We can use, sound and magnetism and other things to make things
Okay.
levitate, right?
So
So
do you
can
think
you
that sound is a good enough
Can
explanation?
Hold
no?
on, champ squatting dot. Relax for 1 second. Let Larry finish. You're gonna go next.
Yeah, I would just like for you to use nothing but the bending and warping of space-time can cause something to rise and fall, just like I can only manipulate the independent variable of density of an object in a medium to make it rise or fall. Can you do that? Yes or no?
So I'm asking you really quick. I
You're
cannot. So no,
asking me
I'll say that I can't
instead of
manipulate
answering.
gravity easily, right? No, I can't manipulate gravity. Okay.
So why
What
should we
I'm gonna
believe you then?
do what?
Why should I believe you
I'm
that
not
there's this
here to
thing
make
called
you
the bending
believe
and
me.
warping?
I'm just here to tear apart whatever you believe in. And what I'm asking you to do now is because you brought up being able to like manipulate an electrostatic field to cause things to go up and down, correct? It was done by, or at least in that one video that, uh, whatever his face was called. What is this?
Dude, you're
Not,
here to tear
not.
down what we believe in. That's
Yeah,
that's
yeah. I'm here.
awkward.
Yeah, I'm here to like
Why?
poke holes in what because again, it's if you believe in something and I show how it's illogical, maybe you need to go find something else.
Is that what you do? You just walk around Earth, just trying to tear down what people believe
Uh,
in?
yeah, question like again, I ask people. I'm in the politics server. What I do is I really question people deep on what they believe, and if it holds up to all scrutiny, sure, good. But if it doesn't hold up to scrutiny and they don't have an answer for everything, maybe they need to look a little deeper.
Well, maybe you shouldn't like find a truism and then say you can't disprove this thing that's always
I'm
true.
not asking you to
Therefore, you're
prove
wrong.
anything. I'm asking you as to you brought up the electrostatics, which could explain why things go up or certain things go up and down. Well, I guess you can manipulate how all things go up and down, but the direction of which those different things go up and down don't comport with reality. I saw the video where Witsit, or at least Witsit was in here, the recent flat Earth documentary, quote unquote, right? Had that one machine, I forgot what it was called, caused the electrostatic field, and it caused that little piece of iron to go up and down, right? What I'm asking for is
Jealous.
if you what?
I bet you're jealous. You really wish that you could, manipulate the bending and warping of space-time to make things up and
Dude,
down. Were you jealous?
I have my own house. Witsit is the last person I would be jealous of.
No, not with it himself. I'm talking about you're jealous that, we can make things rise and fall
Okay, cool.
by using stuff that's, falsifiable, but you can't do the same thing with the bending
Dude,
and warping of space-time or gravity.
dude, I really wish I was Regnar from the fucking Marvel comics. I wish I had gravitational powers. All right, that'd be cool. At the end of the day, like that machine isn't going to be able to make silver and iron go in the same direction as each other. They're going to swap.
Nobody claimed that.
And hold on, you yourself are claiming that electrostatics are why things go down versus up. Correct?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with things go in different areas? Can they not be positively and negatively charged? Or what if there's a zero
No.
charge when it hits the ground?
If it's a zero charge when it hits the ground, and it'd be fucking weightless.
No, it wouldn't be weightless.
If there's no
It would be at
charge,
rest.
okay, if there's no charge, what would that mean?
There's no electrostatic force.
Okay, so, and if there's no electrostatic force, what's the directional influence?
It's at rest.
So there is
Because of
none.
density, there's more things going on than just the electrostatic charge.
No,
There's
because you
also
yourself
the
said that
medium.
you yourself said that density wasn't its own like directional influence.
Right, but these things aren't in a vacuum. These things are working together in concert. It's not just one or the other here. There's a lot of things going
Well,
on.
if there's no directional influence, then all else is out the window.
There is directional influence because there is an electrical
Okay.
charge the higher you go. So
you would have to explain and show how you can use electromagnets or electrostatics to make silver and iron go in the same direction. Because anybody can do anything with one thing. What you need to show is how two very different like types of magnetic elements can go in the same direction when the same field is applied to them.
So you keep doing this thing to where you find a truism, right? Something that's absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say you can't violate this truism, therefore you're wrong. That's a really weird thing that you're doing that. What's your name? I'm going to name a fallacy after you.
Okay, chief squatting dog.
What's your name? Squatting dog fallacy?
Yeah,
Okay,
the chief
because
squatting dog
dogs squat
fallacy.
sometimes. Yeah, because dogs squat sometimes, therefore you're wrong. You need to prove that dogs don't squat sometimes, therefore your whole argument's wrong.
Sure. Because you're going to bring up, oh, hey, I can make iron go up and down with this fancy little electrostatics machine. Cool. I can watch people make silver coins float above an electrostatic plate. Do I see like silver coins floating in the real world? Fuck no. Whenever I let go here of my was it 1942 silver coin here my dad gave me, it doesn't shoot through my ceiling. It falls to the ground. At the same time, the little piece of iron by General England also falls to the ground. They're both experiencing the same directional influence, quote unquote, from the electrostatic field. When I know that diamagnetic elements behave opposite of ferromagnetic elements.
Sometimes, and you can't disprove that. And all that stuff you're
Sometimes that's always. If I have a strong
dogs
magnet.
don't always squat.
What? Can you show me?
Dogs don't always squat. Sometimes they lie, right? Sometimes they lie down.
I haven't seen a dog take a squat to take a. I haven't seen a dog lay down to take a shit like ever, dude.
So my point is that there's this thing that you're doing, right? A lot of stuff that you say is true, and you find a lot of true things that are absolutely true, and then you say because you can't violate these true things, your argument's wrong. And I get that you might actually have an argument, and we might need to go further in this conversation, and there might be some things that I'm wrong about. I'm trying to fully understand it because I don't actually know why there's a down. I just know that there's a down. In the same way, I don't know why boobs are good. I just know that they're good. They're always good. They're never
we
not
all
good.
know why boobs are good, dude. All men have been reliant on boobs since birth. They're
right.
what
So
kept us
boobs are
alive
good, right?
at the start of our
But
life.
why? Right? That's a really deep philosophical question. Why are boobs good? Why is there a down vector? And the truth is, it just is what it is. Right? There is a down vector, therefore there is a density tower when at rest or simulating rest.
So you wouldn't consider free fall at rest? There's nothing else. Like there's no jerk, there's no
it's a
shaking
fall.
of it. It's in a fall, but again, what's happening to its vector? I mean, what do you feel? You don't feel anything, do you? I would say that during free fall, it is most at rest. There's no jerk. There's no acceleration side to side. It is perfectly stationary in its own experience.
Okay, when I say at rest, I mean there's a down force or a force, right? It could be a centrifugal force, right? I suppose it could. No, I'm not going to say that. So it could be just a regular downforce like you're outside of the beach, or it could be an emulated downforce like you're in a hypothetical space station that has a centrifugal walkway. That way people can walk in space so they don't get the atrophy, right? Either way, if you're meditating on a gravitron, like in the lotus position, or you're meditating on the ground, if you're, wearing a density tower tube with all sorts of things in it, it's going to separate because you're emulating at rest in the gravitron with a down force, which is actually sideways force, or you're meditating at the beach, which is a down force. I don't know why. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not electrostatics, but the thing you got me thinking about where one thing goes one way and the other thing goes the other way. Does that happen? Like, where does this happen at? Everywhere?
Where does what happen?
So, you said something about Iron 1 and Iron 2. I didn't know there was an Iron 2 or something like that, but
if you look at a periodic table, they have it listed. I mean, there's no like separate listing, but we just refer to like anions and ions differently. Like iron 1, iron 2, then there's iron -1, iron -2 to refer to its ion state or its anion state. Which is like, let's say I have an anion. If I remember correctly, that's when it has less electrons than it has protons, which means it has a positive charge of 1, or a positive, or like iron, like 2, it'd be a positive charge of 2, or a ion, if I remember correctly, I could have them completely swap-swapped. I'll look it up here.
I'm
Just so
not
that
going to
we're on
hold
the
you to
same.
that. I'm
But
not.
like
I'm
then
not
you
going to
have
hold you
like
to that.
iron, then you have like iron -1 or iron -2, and that's when it has like 1 missing electron or 2 missing electrons respectively. Oh, I'm sorry, if it's iron -1 or iron -2, means it has either 1 extra electron or 2 extra electrons on each atom, thus giving it a negative charge of 2 or 1.
So you do admit that things are attracted or repulsed based on the electrons, neutrons, and protons in the atom,
Sure.
or you wouldn't be saying what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. Things can be
Right.
attracted based off of their electrostatic, like their electromagnetic like properties.
Right. But the
I'm
whole
not
thing
arguing that.
of
I'm not going to deny
the
the
whole thing of
existence of.
negative. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny the existence of static plates. I'm not going to deny the existence of this neodymium magnet that's on my desk. What I'm denying is the reason why things going up and the reason things going down is because of electrostatics. Because there's thousands of examples out there of the same electrostatic plate that attracts iron, repels silver, or repels
makes you
copper they
think-
usually use, or
What makes you
repels
Can it
think
gold.
repel it
electrons even
against?
exist to
Sorry,
begin with?
just real fast. But can it repel it against the force of density? That's an opposite force, right? Because you're saying make silver float.
Again, that's assuming that like density is its own force, and of course that's assuming that
Right.
density has the directional influence, because you yourself said that density doesn't have its own directional influence, that the directional influence comes from electrostatics. And if gravity had if you would have to go back and now and say that density has its own directional influence, then it would have to be then it'd have to go either with or against the electrostatic force. And if you concede that that density had its own it knows which way is up or down, it has its own directional influence, then you would have to again go back to the density tower in free fall, because it should know which way's up or which way's down, regardless if it's in free fall where it has no it has no net forces shoving it one way or another, or not, whether it's at rest or in free fall.
So here's my reformulated argument after talking to you. Silver and the different irons may go in opposite directions, but the atmosphere is going to go in one direction because of the static. It's going to go down. So that's what's establishing the down. Now that we have the down, it doesn't matter if you drop iron 1 or iron 2, because they're the densest object in the medium, they're going to go down. And I think that's the best way to understand it. Because it's not just one force of density, right? There's also the down force caused by the electrostatics and density. And if this electrostatics is causing the silver to want to go up, it's not going to be able to go up through the atmosphere that's pushing it down because the density. So it may be a cross cancellation of forces, just like you guys say with density is pulling it down, or sorry, gravity's pulling it down, and buoyancy may be pulling it up, but they're opposing forces. So I think that that's the best way to formulate this argument. Thanks for helping me refine that. I didn't know about that. You taught me something today. Iron 1 and iron 2. Never heard of that.
And now I'll have a strong argument to have more fun the next time I talk to you, but I have to go here. I have to go eat dinner with the girlfriend.
All right, happy wife, happy life. Make sure you understand that a contract with an egg is at least 18-year contract. So carry your luggage with you.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it gets more fun whenever y'all have better arguments, and we're able to have a lot better conversations when things are more thought out and more realistic to what we see, which is why I like hashing with y'all.
Yeah, next time you come by, we'll have a discussion about gravity, because you seem to be an expert, and I'm quite interested in your expertise in gravity.
I'm not an expert in gravity, dude.
Well, you sounded like you.
I just understand ferromagnetic and diamagnetic elements. I mean, again, I have a first year college level of physics under my belt. I'm just a CPA. I understand math pretty well, not all the physics.
No, but you seem to be talking about gravity a lot.
I rarely brought up gravity.
Well, you kept saying the falling and the falling of this and the falling of that, and
So did I say gravity? Or did I ask him what he thought causes up and down?
oh, you didn't mean gravity all that time? What did you mean?
No, I was questioning his beliefs. I wasn't talking about my own beliefs. I was
No,
questioning
you
his
were here
beliefs.
to destroy his beliefs. I
Yeah.
believe that you said.
Can I destroy his beliefs without bringing gravity into the fray?
I don't know. Can you?
Sure. If I think
Okay.
that
Well,
if I think
we'll
that
try
demon if I
that next
if I
time when
think
you come. We'll see how it works
if
out
I
for you.
think that if I think that demons are what causes things to go down, can you bring up electrostatics to destroy my belief that demons drag all things downwards because all things contain sin and they're all trying to drag us to hell?
I don't know where you're coming from, buddy, but I thought you were referring to gravity. If I
No.
was wrong, then it's on me.
I had a 2.5 hour conversation with him without really invoking my own ideas, just questioning the logic behind his ideas.
Yeah, trying to tear down his ideas. Got you. I understand your intent, but so why do you think things fall then?
Don't really have time to go into it with you. You know my stance. I'm a glober, but I have to go eat dinner.
Okay, bon appetit and have a good dinner, and maybe we can pick this conversation up another time.
That'd be perfect.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, so we got a new fallacy today, ladies and gentlemen. The squatting dog fallacy. You let the opponent state their argument. Once they state your argument, you then state a truthism, like the sky is blue sometimes, so therefore you're incorrect. So what you're basically doing is you're making an argument for them that obviously can't be true because we never observe this not being true, like sometimes dogs squat. So because sometimes dogs squat and you can't disprove that, therefore your argument is incorrect. And you can never prove that sometimes dogs don't squat. Or you can make it positive. Dogs squat, and you can't disprove that because that's what we observe in reality. Therefore, your argument's wrong. So it's get their argument, state a truthism, and because you can't disprove this truthism, this thing that's always true, therefore you're wrong. Squatting dog fallacy.
Dumbest shit I've ever heard, man. That's the dumbest shit I've heard.
What's up?
Price of crypto's going up.
Or I hear that. I hear that. Let's fucking go. Ooh, that's a weird thing. Just your reason to be somewhere to destroy someone else's beliefs or some shit. What did he say? That's weird. Who gives a fuck what you believe? Does it matter what I believe in? Are you guys worried about what I believe in? Does that worry some of you guys? I'm not worried about what other people believe in. People got all kinds of different beliefs. Like if this was an astrology server, he would just come and be like, "This shit's you guys believe in that shit? That shit's not real," and just try to just poke holes. How did he phrase it? I forgot.
Wants to destroy your beliefs.
Something like that is weird.
I'm like, what? Who the hell is this dude? Think I seen him once. Could it be in Blue's server? I've seen that name before. Chief sitting squatting dog or something like that. Think I may have seen him in Blue server. This guy. But I could be wrong.
Yo, are the longitude and latitude lines perpendicular? This has been driving me nuts since last night. No, I mean, yeah, it's cool, but it's been driving me nuts. You're telling me all those squares are the same size? Or have the same amount of angle in them?
What are you talking about on a grid? What are you talking about?
On their globe, the longitude and latitude lines. If they're 90 degrees, I mean, I don't know. They're a square? Aren't squares supposed to have a ridiculous amount of degrees though on the surface of a?
I don't deal in fantasy, so I don't know. You're gonna have to ask a baller of that one.
Listen, let me lay it out for you. A triangle on the surface of a sphere has more than 100. Sorry, a spherical triangle, which is on the surface of a sphere, 3 points. That has more than 180 degrees. So if you got perpendiculars, 90 degrees, it's a square. 490 degrees, because you have them all intersection. That's a square. That can't be right. You understand what I'm saying with the spherical triangle?
Yo, Jeremy, I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down.
Dude, this shit's been driving me nuts for about 24 hours almost now.
I don't think that they.
How can you? Okay.
Yeah.
Just think reality, bro.
Right now, I'm thinking about it right now, and you're.
Think reality. Don't think fantasy globe. Don't Penrose yourself. When you think things, think of reality. What's perpendicular in reality? Think of that.
90 degrees. 90 degrees.
Bingo.
And then, so you got 2 longitude lines and 2 latitude lines, all forming 90-degree angles. That's a square. Squares are supposed to have more than 300 on the surface of a sphere. I gotta go back and watch that number file video. I don't know, because they'd be coming up with crazy shit.
You need to pay a visit, you know where, tomorrow. To get sanity back, you know where you have to go tomorrow. Spend at least an hour. That's my recommendation. When you have geometrical problems, you know where you gotta go, bro.
I'd love to go over the surface of a sphere about. I'd love to see what Euclid had to say about the surface of a sphere and shit like that,
Now you're talking.
or about spheres. But seriously, you follow me? Like,
If I see what you're saying, because you're thinking model, you're thinking the impossible. You're penrosing what you're doing right now is we call that penrosing yourself. You're trying to make the impossible possible in your mind. Now that doesn't work, bro. That leads to problems.
well, I know how that would work in Euclidean. I'm just trying to think about how it would work in spherical geometry, where they're bigger than
Don't
180
do it,
degrees.
bro. Don't.
I have
The trick
to.
is
I
don't
have
do
to,
it.
dude. I have to.
Why do you have to go in there
Something's
fantasy
wrong
and
with me.
fantasize?
See, I got mental health issues. Maybe I don't know. Something.
That's like saying, damn it, I want to know how Rudolph takes off. How does he do it? How does that nose glow? Right?
I'm just saying, if it's not possible on their model, like I don't know. If they're all 90 degrees, you got a square on the surface of a sphere. Though squares don't have the only three. They should have more. I don't know. How many degrees are in a spherical square? Is that even a thing? Yeah.
The
Who's the
reason why I'm
spherical?
laughing is I can post you one, bro. I've been through this so many times with him. Hold
If
on,
there's
let
more
me
than
let me post
180
you.
degrees, look,
Go
this
on.
is real simple. If there's more than 180 degrees in a spherical triangle, how many degrees are in a spherical square? That's all.
You have to ask Penrose for that one.
I mean, these guys are all spherical geometry experts. One of them will come in. I may just Google it in a minute. I don't know. I'm about to go outside and smoke. Well, I mean, we've done a lot. We've covered a lot on spherical triangles. Days and days, probably weeks on spherical triangles, right? It's time we step our game up and move on to spherical squares. What do you say?
Have a look, bro.
Well, yeah, a square is just two triangles connected to each other, right? Or a rectangle or a square, anything that has four sides and four corners is just literally two triangles, right? And so
I don't know. I
when
don't know. No, let's not get crazy because it's a
no,
spherical squares.
I do know this, right? So I'm just gonna say this out loud real quick.
All right.
We know when the 180 and the 180 combine into a square, it becomes a square with 360 degrees, or a rectangle with 360 degrees. All rectangles have to have 360 degrees. Now, when you take that rectangle or square and project it onto a sphere, it's going to have more than 360 degrees. But now I'm kind of confused because you're right, Jeremy. The latitude and longitudes are supposedly 90 degrees from each other. Where they intersect, their tangent lines are supposed to be 90 degrees from each other. So I'm gonna have to think
Do you
about
see the issue?
something.
You see there's something to think about here? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like the moment you said it, I've been thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out some sort of. I'm just like you, dude. I'm thinking about Rudolph's nose, and I'm trying to figure out how it's glowing. It's fucking.
Don't
Could the
do it,
wall?
guys. Don't do it. It's dangerous. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, there's your spherical
No.
triangle, spherical square, Jeremy.
Do you posted it? All right, hold on, let me check.
Yeah.
No.
Compliments of paid NASA shill. I couldn't believe it when he posted it. I go, you gotta be kidding me, bro. But there it is.
And what? Those are great circle routes?
Those are 120 degrees.
Those are
Look how
straight
many.
lines. Those are all okay. Hold on. Those are all spherical straight lines, aka not straight. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
All right. And the latitude lines are all straight lines too, right? The longitude and latitude lines.
How could
No, the latitude
something be
lines are
straight
curving.
on a ball, Jeremy? How
You know
could
what I
something
mean?
be straight?
Not going left or right. Hold on. Latitude lines. They are
The
not like
latitude
longitude
lines do.
lines.
They meet in their fantasy. Oh no, the longitude line. Sorry, in their fantasy, they meet at one point.
Yeah, but the latitude, so do the latitude lines, but the latitude lines aren't great circle routes, though. Those are actually curving in their model. They're double curving in reality, but they're just curving
Just go
one
back
way.
to your thing, perpendicular. Think of logic, think of reality, think of perpendicular. Forget about their fantasy.
Well, they can't have perpendicularity on their globe because perpendicular is something that happens between either a plane, straight lines, or straight lines with a plane. So to get the perpendicular angle, you have to take the tangent at the intersection point, and those tangents are perpendicular. But the actual latitude and longitude could never be because they're curved.
They got a problem, don't they? They cannot have parallel. They cannot have straight lines. They cannot have perpendicular in their world. These things do not exist. They cannot have a straight line.
That's why this thing interests me so much. You've heard me recently. I've been going over this perpendicular from Plum thing for about a couple weeks now. So when I heard the the longitude latitude lines, that spiked my interest right there.
Yep.
Fucking Bev.
It's reality, man. It's geometry. It's not difficult. It's only difficult when you complicate it with a model. Then you Penrose yourself. Then water has to hump, it has to drop. All kinds of crazy things have to happen. But if you think reality, it's not hard.
What is the book? What's the name of the book for Euclid's book? What's it called again? I forgot.
You want solid objects? It's book 11. I think what you're looking for here.
What's the name of the thing though? I don't know why I can't remember it.
Euclid's Book of Elements.
Book of Elements. Okay. How many fucking books? You said 11?
There's quite a few. I'm like I said, I'm not the expert on this, but I know the book on solid is book 11, if I'm not mistaken. That's what you want to discuss with. I told you, come on over with the guys that know all this shit inside out. You know where to go.
I gotta see if I can find that in an audiobook first.
Yeah, book 11. Yeah, it's the book
I don't know
on
how
solids.
that's gonna work because I feel like it's not gonna work in audio form.
No, you gotta visualize this stuff,
seeing
man.
as how it's a geometry thing.
Am I coming through?
Yep.
Am I coming through now?
We hear you.
Yes, you are.
Okay, sorry. Whenever I hop onto my Wi-Fi, you guys can't hear me for like a good 30 seconds. Whenever I get home, but I have the complete works in PDF form, Jeremy. If you want me to send that to you when I get to my laptop, we can figure out some way. If you really want them, like I have them in PDF form.
I'll let you know. I'm gonna try to find it on an audiobook first. I just want to hear what he says. I can do good with visualizing it in my head, so maybe if it's an audiobook, that's my best shot because I don't have a lot of time really.
Yep, for sure. And if you need them,
yeah, no, I'll let you know.
PDF or link versions.
Good shit. Yeah, because I'd love to hear what Euclid said on spheres. So that'd be neat. The latitude lines are parallel, though. Okay, they're gonna say here's how it is on the globe. The longitude lines are great circle routes. They're all straight lines in spherical geometry. The latitude lines are not great circle lines. They're actually curving. However, they're parallel, right? So you got two parallel lines intersecting two other straight lines. Oh, this is weird. Let me get down to the bottom of this. I've gotten a lot of the globers so far to say that they are perpendicular. Also. They intersect. Whether they intersect or 90 degrees, does that mean there's a square there, or what? What shape is that in spherical geometry? It can't be a square because K-dash shell is a square, and that's 480 degrees or some shit. I guess it depends on how big the square was. It would be more degrees. You feel me? If they shrunk that square down on the ball, it would have less degrees in it. Right? That's how it works. Yeah.
The square is 360. So the smaller the square compared to the sphere, the more close to 360 it is. The larger the square compared to the sphere, the larger than 360 it is going to become.
That's why his sphere has 480, but it's taken up like half the ball in that picture. Okay. So is the area inside of a longitude and latitude grid, you know what I'm saying, the square, whatever that shape is, they have to be all the same size, right? Is that the case?
I don't believe so. No.
It can't be, because you can make latitude lines and longitude lines anywhere you want. So I can make a latitude line and a longitude line be small. Yo, that's okay. I just debunked this whole fucking bullshit. Okay, here's why they can't be 90 degrees. Because the bigger that object gets, whatever it is, if it's a square or whatever, the bigger it gets, the more degrees it should have in it, right? Hold on, maybe not. I don't know. I still need to think about it. If you have a shape, and it has a certain amount of degrees in it on the surface of a sphere, and then you make that shape bigger, it has to get more degrees, right? Is that how spherical geometry works, or am I mistaken on that? I could be wrong. What do you think, Extremis? You have
Give me
a shape.
some axioms of this spherical geometry.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, though. If you have a shape on the surface of a sphere and it has X amount of degrees, and you make the shape bigger, is it like a rule or something, or an axiom that it has to have more degrees in the shape the bigger it gets? That's got to be true, dude. That's got to be like an axiom or a postulate or something. The one time it'd be handy to have a glober and have them around. Now, some of these guys aren't really up to par on this spherical geometry thing.
You have a resident glober left lane?
Well, left lane, I don't know how good he is with spherical geometry, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of neutral on it until I study it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I feel you, left lane.
If you put a square band-aid on a sphere, right? A square band-aid on a sphere, it would have an X amount of angle. If you put a larger square band-aid on a square, it would have larger angles.
Yeah, so these latitude and longitude lines can't be 90 degrees. They can't be, because now you have, wait. Are they the same area, though? Can I combine two longitude squares to have a bigger area, overall, but they were both the same area. Like they just double. That sounds doable. Are you left lane? Are you at least questioning at this point if they're actually 90 degrees at this point, from what I'm saying?
No, I'm pretty sure that they are perpendicular at the intersection. I mean, but like looking at the sphere, and like the ones that you're looking directly at, they all look 90 degrees. But when you look over like to the east or to the west, those don't look 90 degrees. But you spin the globe around looking straight onto them, they do look 90 degrees. Sort of a trick looking thing. But I'm reading about it, and then I've got, I mean, this is thought.co, whoever they are, talking about it on a map. Lines of longitude are the vertical lines running from north to south and are perpendicular to the lines of latitude. Everything I've read says that, but I want to see them like showing it, measuring it, whatever.
Let me ask you guys this. You think you can draw a square on a basketball? Now listen to what I said carefully. A square on a basketball. Tough one, huh? Nobody's taking that one. Or did I not come through? Mike check.
Yeah, the definitions of like spherical squares, and we talk about the spherical axis and all that stuff. I kind of understand that, but I don't know what would constitute a square on a spherical surface. I guess it'd have all equal length sides,
Kind of a silly question, no?
But I wonder what the internal angles would be on a. I mean, it's a 360 on a Euclidean square, but what are the internal angles of a spherical square? I guess it would have to be 180 if they say that lines of longitude and latitude are perpendicular.
On a sphere?
Yeah.
You think you can draw? What do you mean 180? What would be 180?
Or total 360s. I'm talking about
you mean, right?
Yeah, internal angles of a square.
So you're saying you think that you can draw on a sphere or a basketball a square that has 360 degrees, 4 right angles?
I'd have to draw this.
Yeah.
Because like if you go from the North Pole to the equator, say that's 6,000 miles, you take a 90-degree left turn, fly another 6,000 miles along the equator, and make a left turn, which is 90 degrees due north, you'll end up back at the North Pole. So that's a triangle with 270 degrees. So where?
Not a square though.
Yeah, I know.
I asked for a
See, I
square.
don't
Yeah.
know what would. Yeah.
Thinking of it offhand, I would be quite a task. As a matter of fact, I would dare to say that you couldn't do it offhand. Come to think of it, Left Lane, you think you can draw a triangle on a sphere?
Yeah.
Triangle.
Yeah. There's no problem.
But you just made one that's 270 degrees, you said, no?
Yeah.
So would that
Yeah. That
still
would.
be
That would.
considered a triangle?
Yeah. That would. That's the extreme case of a spherical triangle, but yeah, it's still a triangle. It's got three. Three straight lines that intersect at 3 points. It's a triangle. It's a
Yeah,
vertical
but
triangle.
When I Google geodesics, all I get is like a dome. So I don't know. Like, do you think that we're standing over the dome, like the flat Earth dome? I don't get it.
who are you asking that?
I was asking that not to you, but the other guy.
Not to do with the dome, just on the surface.
I mean, the curved surface area could be considered the dome.
No, the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, which is a flat plane, right? You think
Not with me.
You
It's
think
not.
we're standing? Okay, we're standing over triangles. Okay.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, I don't know. This is like a new topic. I'm just listening.
No, feel free to speak. You got something?
No, like you guys were talking about geodesics, right? Or like geodetic surveying.
Well, no, not really.
Okay, well, I mean, you're talking about triangles and spherical surface. I mean, if you Google geodesics, you'll get a bunch of domes and it's specifically like referring to what he's talking about, the triangles forming a sphere. Like
I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. No, I was asking them if they can draw a square like on a sphere, like on a basketball. They always bring up basketballs, right?
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good point.
And I think they realize that they'll have a hard time to draw a square on a sphere or a basketball.
Yeah.
This is all Jeremy's fault. He started with perpendicular, and then he went put it on a sphere. Penrose. What is that, left lane?
So I'd say, looking at the one that NASA, if you draw one with all sides of equal distance, the internal angles will be more than 360. But if you draw it with all the angles 90, like that picture I posted, it's not a square.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in spherical geometry, if you have any shape and you add any area to that shape, you now have more inside that shape. And if you guys have all your latitude and longitude lines 90 degrees perpendicular, that doesn't make sense because if I put two of them together, it should have more, but it can't because you said they're always 90. So I think there's an issue here.
Your square looks kind of fun. Your square looks kind of funny though, left lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a square personally, but I may be wrong. It may be, because
You're
it doesn't
right.
have equal sides.
You're right. It's not a square projected onto a sphere.
You know what I was thinking? A square rectangle. It looks like a square rectangle. Sorry for laughing, but I mean it's funny. Gotta admit. And what's the C line on top there? What's that?
Yeah, what is that C?
Tell me that's
Don't
not
know.
the truth about. Tell me that's not the truth about spherical geometry. If you have a shape, you add any area that to that shape, the angle increases.
Mm-hmm. There's no more space in the shape. The shape is the shape. Can't add any more area to it.
No, I mean if you have a tiny square on the surface of the sphere, if you have a triangle, and it's a teeny tiny triangle, and you make a bigger triangle, you now have more angles inside that triangle. More of an angle, more than 180 than you had before. it will get increasingly bigger. That's what I'm saying. That's why these longitude and latitude lines can't be perpendicular, because that means if you combine two of them or you combine four of them, no matter how many you combine, there would always be 360 degrees. But that can't be in spherical geometry. It would have to start getting more and more.
Houston, we've got a problem. Yeah, perpendicular is a killer for their model. It's like very, very bad. That's like garlic to a vampire.
I think, Jeremy, so I went inside, did some shit, thought about it. I think it has something to do with the third dimension. I'm not too certain though, but something about the extra like space or the extra area is held in a higher dimension because the sphere is not a two-dimensional object. But yeah, I'm not sure if I can fully. I need to think about it more and look into it. But
Did you hear what I just said?
It's a valid concern that you bring up.
Did you hear what I just said about the triangles? It gets bigger. It adds more degrees inside the combined angles.
Right. That's why the square would be too. The square is literally just two triangles.
Any shape. It doesn't matter if you added any area or any like. Yeah, as long as you keep the same amount of angles. If you have 3 angles and you get bigger, it gets more degrees. If you have 4 angles and it gets bigger, you get more degrees.
Yeah, it's like if you drew a triangle on a balloon and then you blew into the balloon more and more, basically, and the balloon expands.
No straight lines, no squares, no triangles. It's not difficult.
Right, but they're talking about projecting like these shapes onto a sphere, right? So
Still doesn't work. You can't project a shape to another something and then call it something else. Then it ceases to become what it is.
well, yeah, exactly. Like a triangle projected onto a sphere is no longer a triangle. You're correct
Yes.
about that.
Yeah,
That's what
same
we're
with the
discussing,
square.
right? Because that's everything on the globe. Everything on the globe is a supposed 2D shape projected onto a 3D sphere. When we're talking about area, obviously, because area is a two-dimensional measurement.
Yeah, for them, it's a 2D surface. Every surface is 2D in their world. Even the ground that we step on. So, yeah.
Dude, it's the funniest shit, dude. Even my boss was trying to fucking talk to me and ask me about this fake submarine bullshit. And I was like, come on, dude, I told him straight up. I don't fucking believe in the news and I don't watch the news. And then he kind of just moved the conversation to other things. But it was kind of funny because I was like, fuck, I knew someone, not on Discord, but in real life, I knew someone was going to be influenced by this propaganda machine to fucking ask me about this garbage event.
What did he ask you about?
Some submarine or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, even my wife was sending text messages. She's like, "This can't be real. PlayStation controller? Come on." That billionaire, that guy was involved in other shit too, wasn't he? Don't they say he did a north-south circumnavigation and some other shit or something?
The materials that he constructed that vessel out of, I think, were out of spec or something. He made it out of carbon fiber and titanium, which they're very strong materials, but they're also very brittle. They
I
don't
heard
have
The
Matt.
any
problem is
flexibility. Yeah,
the
you get a
problem is
fracture, it's going to catastrophic.
the problem is you can't make an imagined vehicle out of anything. It's just imagination.
Do I?
That's the problem. Like, you can't make an imaginary vehicle out of physical
Well, it was a
objects.
real vehicle. What do you mean it was imaginary?
Does anyone have any evidence outside of fake news and fake TV that there was any submarine whatsoever?
Oh yeah, yeah. The submarine existed. It's been down before.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not going to take your word for it, but I feel like you don't have. Do you have more information on it? Because I'm going to be honest, I don't even believe people got onto a submarine and went down anywhere. I'm
I
of the
don't.
opinion
Well,
that like half the shit that they give to us is not an exaggeration. It's not a lie of omission. It's just an outright lie that never occurred whatsoever.
why would you think that?
Because we've caught them many, many, many times before.
So every catastrophe that happens is fake, right?
No, it's more like everything reported by the mainstream news, about 90% of the time, is either planned out beforehand and they're leaving out crucial details, or is just an outright lie. Yeah. So it's not that a catastrophe. There's a real catastrophe that could happen. I mean, I seen an accident just today while coming back home. There's a lot of traffic. There was an accident. Looks like something fucked up happened. But the fact that it's on international news and they're barraging us with it just makes it fishy to me, because I don't trust liars. I don't trust known liars. It's just a perspective or opinion, right? You can just throw out my opinion, but I'm gonna add my 2 cents in. All right.
You. Oh man. Very quiet people. You have to make me do something constructive.
I'm shopping for airplanes.
Valid. And gee, I want to do another long distance observation analysis. One of thousands.
Those are fun.
Yeah, that was good the other day. That was awesome. I don't think Gio enjoyed it, did you though, Gio? I was in 24/7 a few minutes ago, and someone said, "Oh, Ruhif's here. Let's talk to Ruhif." And then I said 3 words, and India just went, "No, don't want to do it today." And I was like, "Fuck! Like, what kind of show are they running over there?"
That was it.
Like, what's the point? If you want an echo chamber, just say, "I want an echo chamber." That's fine with me. Oh, I should go and get the fucking dog some food. Fine. All right. See you.
Feed the dog.